this to be a dropdown, right? An HTML select form element. So back in our text editor, we're just looking for this location HTML function. Instead of hello, let's have a select element. So you can just type select and hit tab in VS Code. We do not need it to have an ID, but we do want it to have a name that matches the setting that we registered. So remember, sort of the variable name that we gave that setting was WCP_location. So that's what we want this name to be, WCP_location. Okay, inside the select, let's have one option. So you can just type option, hit tab. Let's give it a value of 0, but then the actual text that the user sees would be beginning of post. Let's hit drop down. You can just type option again, hit tab, give it a value of 1, but what the user will actually see is end of post. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. And then if we refresh, cool. Now, if we tried to actually select end of post, I will warn you, when we click save changes, we're gonna run into some errors. So you can see all sorts of errors here. Let me show you the solution to this. The reason this failed is because we're missing one line of code. So just navigate right back to your word count settings screen like this, and let me show you what to fix. Down in our overall, our HTML function, right, where we have our wrapper div and the heading level 1 and the form tags, right before this do settings sections line, let's add a new line, and we just say settings_fields, semicolon, and we just give it the name of the field group that we chose earlier. So remember, when we registered our setting, we made up a group name of word count plugin. So that's what we would use here. Quotes, word count plugin. And what this is going to do, WordPress will do all of the hard work for us. It's going to see this and then add the appropriate hidden HTML fields with the nonce value, the action value. It's going to handle sort of the security and permission aspects for us. So just by including this, if we save and reload the page, now if we try to set this to end of post and hit save, it actually worked, and we see settings saved. Now, we don't see that value here, and that's because we didn't program that select HTML that we just wrote to actually pull the current value from the database to change this, right? So that when you refresh, you actually see the most current value in the database. We can set that up in the next video. I don't want this lesson to go on for too long. But to make sure that things actually worked, all we need to do is look at our database. So, remember, back in this tab where you can look at your WordPress database, in the options table, you won't see it if you just scroll down, and that's because you need to go to the very last page. Depending on your WordPress site and how many plugins you've installed, you might have 5, 10, or even 15 or 20 pages of different options. But just click onto the final page, and down at the very bottom, perfect. We see an option named WCP location, and it has a value of 1, right? And that was the final value that we associated with end of post. Cool, so we are well on our way to building a fully functional settings screen. Now that we've got these basics out of the way, we can start to move a lot faster in our next lesson. Let's keep things rolling, and I'll see you then. Hello everyone. In this lesson, we're going to continue building the settings form for our plugin. Let's jump into the action. So in our previous lesson, we successfully set things up so that we were able to save this value of display location end of post into the database, right? That's what this WCP location with a value of 1 instead of 0, that's what that signifies. However, it would be nice if when you refresh this admin page, if that was actually the selected option, right? Instead of it just always selecting the first option when you reload the page. So essentially, let me show you how to make this HTML select element actually come to life. So back in our code, we're looking for our function that we named location HTML, right, with the select element. And we just need to add a little bit of PHP on each of these options. So on this first one, maybe after the value attribute, let's enter into PHP. You can close it out right here as well. Inside PHP, we just want to output the selected attribute if the value in the database matches this current value, right? And then we do the same thing for this one as well. Now you could write your own code to output that, but luckily WordPress has a function named selected. We're going to call that, in these parentheses, we're going to give it 2 arguments, and you just give it 2 values and it will compare the 2, and if they're a match, it will output the word selected into the HTML. So for the first value, let's load that option from the database. To do that, we just say get underscore option, and then you tell it the name of your setting. So remember, we named ours WCP underscore location, right? So that's this value in the database, and it's going to be either 0 or 1. So for the second argument, we would just check for this first option, which would be 0. So string of text, 0. Okay, now let's just copy and paste this entire block of PHP here, and then just add it for this option, and just change the value that we're checking for from 0 to 1. Now before we save this and test it out, because this is the first time we've seen this get option function, I want to let you know that there is no performance hit by using it several times. So yes, this value that we're loading is coming from the database, but it's not like WordPress needs to access the database again and again each time we use this function. Essentially, WordPress will load any and all options from the database in one trip. I'll let you know that in the database, notice this third column called auto load. Now these other rows on the screen, they're set to no because they're sort of temporary transient cache data. They're not actual options. But if you go back to maybe the first page of your options table, you will see that almost all of them are set to yes for auto load. And that just means that if it's an option, a user preference, WordPress is going to load that into memory, so we're not making round trips to the database over and over again. Anyways, let's give this a save and test it out. So back in the admin panel, if we refresh, perfect. It selected that option that we have currently set it to in the database. Okay, so this field is looking good. Let's move on to the next field. So if we look at the finished product, the next field would be the headline text, right? That lets the user type in whatever they want for the post statistics headline. So to set that up, let's just jump back into our text editor. And setting up our first field was a lot of work, but now adding subsequent fields and settings is going to be very easy. So for example, in our settings method, let's actually just add a space here just for our own organization in between these lines. So notice these two lines are grouped together, add setting field and register setting. Let's just duplicate these two lines, right? Because these two lines are for that first field. So just select the two lines, copy, right below, paste. So now you can add comments if you want to. You can add a comment, say this one is for location, this one is for the headline text. But essentially now we just make very minimal changes to these new two lines. Why don't we name the option WCP underscore headline. Let's change the label. Maybe headline text. Okay, then we'll need to create a method that is responsible for outputting the HTML. Let's just name that method headline HTML. We can create that in just a moment. These settings look good. We don't need to change those. Okay, let's look at this line, register setting. So the group for the setting would stay the same. We do want to change this to WCP headline. We can use the same generic sanitized text field, but why don't we give it a default value of post statistics? Okay, now before we save this, let's create a method with this name, headline HTML, that actually outputs a bit of HTML for the form element. So right below our settings function, I would just say function headline HTML, parentheses, curly. Brackets, I would drop out of PHP here, go back into PHP down here. Right here, I would just want to output a little bit of HTML. So you can type input in VS Code and then hit tab. Okay, let's be sure to give it a name of WCP underscore headline. And before we save this, let's just go ahead and populate the field. So if there's a previous value in the database, let's display that here. So we can say value equals, and then let's drop into PHP inside these quotes, and let's just echo, and then we can use that get option function again to load the value. So get option, and we named it WCP headline. Okay, and just for one extra layer of security, even though only admin users will be able to get to this page, for best practices, we do want to escape our output anytime we're taking a dynamic value and trying to put it into HTML. So here's what I would do. Just take this get option, cut that into your clipboard. We're just going to wrap it in a WordPress function called ESC for escape underscore ATTR, short for attribute. Call that function, and then inside that, just paste back in your clipboard. Cool. Let's save this and test it out. So if you refresh your plugin settings page, headline text, let's enter something really custom here. Maybe let's change it to word count info and click save. Cool, you can see the page reloaded, we get this confirmation, and that value is sticking in that field. Even if you reload, it's still there. You can go look in the database if you want to. WCP headline with our value. So that field is now done. Let's move on to the next field. So if we look at the finished product, that would be a checkbox for if you want to display the word count, and then the same thing for if you want to display character count or read time. So 3 checkboxes, they're going to be identical. So let's just work through this one, the first one together. And then to avoid repetition, you can pause the video and I'll have you set up these next 2 on your own. But let's be sure to set up this first checkbox together. So back in our code, within our settings function, let's just duplicate these 2 lines again. Right, so this next one will be for the new field. Let's change the option name to maybe WCP word count, right? And then it will be 0 or 1 or true or false if you want to display it. For the label, let's just say word count. For the HTML callback function, let's just change this to word count HTML. The next 2 options can stay the same. Let's look at the next line.
Default value should be 0. Then I want to create a new function. Let's see if I can do this on my own. In input type. Okay, no, I cannot do this.
The group can stay the same. Let's just change this to WCP word count. Everything else can stay the same except for the default value. Let's give it a default value of 1. Right, by default, we want it to be true or we want that box to be checked. We probably do want to display the word count. Okay, now let's just go create the HTML method. So below our settings function, say function, let me scroll down a little bit. Function word count HTML, parentheses, curly brackets, exit PHP here, enter PHP here. Inside, let's type input and then hit tab in VS Code. For the type, let's change this to checkbox. Okay, let's be sure to give this a name that matches the setting. So that's WCP underscore word count. Let's give it a value of 1, which is just a shorthand way of saying yes or true. Okay, and then let's write a little bit of conditional code so that it looks at the existing database value when you reload this page, and it will check this box or not check it depending on the database. So just like WordPress had that PHP function called selected, it has a similar function called checked. So let's just enter PHP, exit it here. Inside we can use the WordPress function called checked. You just give it 2 values. It's going to compare. For the first value, let's use the get option, and our field or setting is named WCP underscore word count. And for the second value to compare it against, let's just compare it to the value of 1. Okay, let's save this and test it out. So back in the browser, if we reload, word count, yes, we told it to be true by default. Let's uncheck it and then try to save. Perfect. We get confirmation, and even if you reload, it remembers to stay unchecked. But if we test it out and check it, click save, again, perfect. It remembers that preference. We can go look in the database. There it is. Now at this point, to avoid a super repetitive video, there is nothing new for the next two fields, right? If we look at the finished product, these two checkboxes,
word count settings page. That looks alright. The last one should be a read time. So we'll call this read time. And then we need to make two new functions. But that checkbox word count should change. First one should be character count. Second one should be read count. Now read time. Save word count with PHP, and they should do the magic. Oh no, it doesn't. Damn. Why? Why are you crying? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Character count. And now I understand. Now it should come on now, dude. Why are you not working? Oh, silly. So silly. Read time. No. Character. .html. Sure, I'll take that. And read time. HTML. Now this should work. Come on now. Thank you.
are exactly the same as this checkbox. The only thing you would need to change is the variable names or the option names that you choose. So right now, I want you to pause the lesson video, and everything that we just did for this word count field, this checkbox, I want you to do the same thing and just add these new fields called character count and read time. Welcome back. So if you're resuming the video, I'll assume that you've added the two other checkbox fields. I will talk for just a minute about how I added the next two checkboxes. So you would want to register the new setting and add the setting field. However, when it comes to the HTML callback functions, yes, you could have just created two additional copies, right? Just literally copied and pasted the checkbox HTML function. However, it might have felt dirty to create three copies of essentially the exact same function, because the only thing that's different here is the actual variable name for the option. So while you could have just duplicated the functions, here's what I did. I created a single reusable function called checkbox HTML, and I made sure that it can receive an incoming parameter. We'll talk about what the incoming parameter is in just a moment, but here you can see it's an array. I'm looking inside the array for something called the name. I made up this property of the name, but essentially I hollowed out the only part of the function that is unique, right? So the variable name, and then over towards the right, the variable name again when we're checking it with get option. So this way the function is reusable. Now let's talk a little bit about where this args is coming from. So if we look at add setting,
Nice.
field, whenever you use add settings field for the three checkboxes, if you scroll over to the right, this section used to be our
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea. Please, if one person could tell me what a woman is.
You are not here for women. We ask you to leave.
What is that? I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
I like scented candles, and I've watched Sex and the City.
Yeah,
How do I know if I'm a woman?
that's a great question.
You're not a scientist. You're not a gender studies major.
No,
How do you know that you're a man?
I guess because I got a dick.
Can a man become a woman?
I'm not a woman, so I can't really answer that.
Women only know what women are.
Are you a cat?
No.
Can you tell me what a cat is? Do you want to tell us what a woman is?
I'm a biological woman that medically transitioned to appear like a male. I will never be a man.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all of their problems will be solved if they become a man.
So you worry that there could be a sort of social contagion element of this?
A teeny tiny bit, maybe.
It got me at 42. Your child doesn't have a chance.
And you're affirming it with hormones that have never been used in this way.
Puberty blockers, which are completely reversible.
Completely reversible.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview.
So you don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids, or?
How can they be removing the healthy breasts of 15-year-old girls?
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
How can this whole thing be happening, Matt?
I wanted us to have a safe place to be able to talk about this.
Part of me wants to ask why you care so much.
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them.
Is it transphobic to tell the truth?
The interview's over. Let's turn off the cameras.
Excuse me,
For their fair question, I just wanted to know, what is a woman?
and you're not going to find out.
Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
I hope you enjoyed it a little bit.
We'll see when it comes out.
Ladies and gentlemen.
final argument, I just added a comma and included one more argument, and it's an array. WordPress is expecting this to be an array, and it's going to or the option names that you choose. So right now, I want you to pause the lesson video, and everything that we just did for this word count field, this checkbox, I want you to do the same thing and just add these new fields called character count and read time. Welcome back. So if you're resuming the video, I'll assume that you've added the two other checkbox fields. I will talk for just a minute about how I added the next two checkboxes. So you would want to register the new setting and add the setting field. However, when it comes to the HTML callback functions, yes, you could have just created two additional copies, right? Just literally copied and pasted the checkbox HTML function. However, it might have felt dirty to create 3 copies of essentially the exact same function, because the only thing that's different here is the actual variable name for the option. So while you could have just duplicated the functions, here's what I did. I created a single reusable function called checkbox HTML, and I made sure that it can receive an incoming parameter. We'll talk about what the incoming parameter is in just a moment, but here you can see it's an array. I'm looking inside the array. array for something called the name. I made up this property of the name, but essentially I hollowed out the only part of the function that is unique, right? So the variable name, and then over towards the right, the variable name again when we're checking it with get option. So this way, the function is reusable. Now let's talk a little bit about where this args is coming from. So if we look at add settings field, whenever you use add settings field for the 3 checkboxes, if you scroll over to the right, this section used to be our final argument. I just added a comma and included one more argument, and it's an array. WordPress is expecting this to be an array, and it's going to pass this in to your HTML callback function. Now, yes, there are specific property names that WordPress will know what to do with, but you can also just give it your own made up property.
Ja. Nee.
So I just made up the name. And then gave it a value for each one of these specific variable name. So that's just how I handle HTML function. However, it might have felt dirty to create 3 copies of essentially the exact same function, because the only thing that's different here is the actual variable name for the option. So while you could have just duplicated the functions, here's what I did. I created a single reusable function called checkbox.html, and I made sure that it can receive an incoming parameter. We'll talk about what the incoming parameter is in just a moment, but here you can see it's an array. I'm looking inside the array for something called the name. I made up this property of the name. But essentially, I hollowed out the only part of the function that is unique, right? So the variable name, and then over towards the right, the variable name again when we're checking it with get option. So this way, the function is reusable. It to the value of 1. Argument, I just added a comma and in custom validation log HTML function. However, it might have felt dirty to create 3 copies of essentially the exact same function, because the only thing that's different here is the actual variable name for the option. So while you could have just duplicated the functions, here's what I did. I created a single reusable function called checkbox.html, and I made sure that it can receive an incoming parameter. We'll talk about what the incoming parameter is in just a moment, but here you can see it's an array. I'm looking inside the array for something called the name. I made up this property of the name. But essentially, I hollowed out the only part of the function that is unique, right? So the variable name, and then over towards the right, the variable name again when we're checking it with get option. So this way the function is reusable. Now let's talk a little bit about where this args is coming from. So if we look at add settings field, whenever you use add settings field for the 3 checkboxes, if you scroll over to the right, this section used to be our final argument. I just added a comma and included one more argument, and it's an array. WordPress is expecting this to be an array, and it's going to pass this in to your HTML callback function. Now, yes, there are specific property names that WordPress will know what to do with, but you can also just give it your own made-up properties. So I just made up the name and then gave it a value for each one of these specific variable name. So that's just how I handled it. So you don't have to have these commented out, 3 copies of the function, but it's totally up to you. Anyways, let's move on. So the final thing that I want to cover in this video lesson has to do with custom validation logic. So let's take the display location field as an example. So yes, we programmed the select to only have 2 options, right? This first option has a value of 0. This option has a value of 1. Now, even though only trusted admin users are going to get access to this page, what if one of them is weird and uses their Chrome dev tools? So if I inspect that select, right, there's the select element, and what if I just click on this and change this to have a value of 100, right? And then I go back and I make sure that I click beginning of post, click save. Well, if we look in the database, WCP location now has a value of 100. So this final topic of custom validation is, what if we really want to make sure that this is only allowed to have a value of either 0 or 1? If you give it any other value, it should fail or it should just reset back to its previous value. So back in our code, we want to find the sanitized callback for that field. So here is the display location. When we're actually using the register setting, remember the third argument is an array, and one of the properties is sanitized callback. Now, up until now, we've just been using the WordPress provided generic sanitized text field function. So instead, we can just point this towards one of our own functions, and WordPress will use that instead. So let's get rid of the quotes in this sanitized text field, and instead give it an array. Remember, this is the callable syntax when you want to have a reference to a method from your class. So the first argument is $this, comma. Second argument, we just get to make up our own method name. So quotes, and let's make up a name of sanitize location. Okay, now let's just go create a method with that name. So if we scroll down a little bit, just below that function settings, create a new function, sanitize location display location. When we're actually using the register setting, remember the third argument is an array, and one of the properties is sanitized callback. Now, up until now, we've just been using the WordPress provided generic sanitized text field function. So instead, we can just point this towards one of our own functions, and WordPress will use that instead. So let's get rid of the quotes in this sanitized text field, and instead give it an array. Remember, this is the callable syntax when you want to have a reference to a method from your class. So the first argument is $this, comma. Second argument, we just get to make up our own method name. So quotes, and let's make up a name of sanitize location. Okay, now let's just go create a method with that name. So if we scroll down a little bit, just below that function settings, create a new function, sanitize location, parentheses, curly brackets. Now in the parentheses, we do want to receive a parameter. Let's call it $input. So when WordPress calls our sanitize function, it's going to pass into it the value that the user is trying to save. So now in this function, the first step doesn't have anything to do with WordPress. This is just basic PHP or programming logic. We just want to check to see, whatever logic we're checking. So in this case, for this field, I want to check to see if the value is not 0 and it's not 1, then we have a problem. So let's set up that conditional logic. I'll say if, parentheses, curly brackets, for the condition, if input does not equal, so exclamation equal, if it does not equal 0, and if input does not equal 1, if that's the case, then in this if body, I want to do two things. I want to add a red error message up here. And then number 2, I also want to return the old value. So not what the user just input, but the previous value that was stored in the database. Right? So ultimately this function needs to return something that is going to get saved into the database. So let's start out with the error. So we'd say add settings error, semicolon, and we're going to give this 3 arguments. The first argument is the name of the option that the error is related to. So this would be WCP_location. The second argument is sort of a slug or identifier for this particular error. Essentially, WordPress will add into our HTML ID equals and then whatever name we give it here. So you can make up a name. I'll just say WCP_location_error, but any name would do. And then the final argument, this is the actual message that you want to display to the user. So let's say display location must be either beginning or end. Okay? After that line, but still within the if block, we now want to return the old value from the database, right? We definitely don't want to return whatever incorrect value the user tried to submit. So let's return and then just use get option, semicolon. The one we're looking for is WCP_location. Okay, now if this is not the case, meaning if the user did enter a value that is correct or that we want to allow, then just below the if, so right here, we can just return $input, right? Whatever they tried to send along. Let's go ahead and save this and test it out. So if I refresh, if I choose one of the normal values, it should work no problem. Cool, but if I refresh, and if I use my dev tools and I try to set the value of this first option to to 500 and then select that and save. Perfect. We see this red error message and the save did not go through. So if you look in the database, it still has that previous value of 1, right? Not 500. All right, and that is going to bring this lesson to a close. In our next lesson, now that our form is complete, now that we're saving the user's preferences, it's time to actually build the plugin itself, right? So if we look at the finished product, it's time to actually write the code that assembles the text that gets added in to a blog post detail screen. It should be fun to sort of connect the dots and get our plugin truly up and running. So let's keep our momentum rolling, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hello everyone. In this lesson, we're going to begin coding the actual feature of our plugin. Let's jump into the action and let me explain. So this is a sneak peek of the finished product. And on a single detail blog post screen, you can see that the plugin is dynamically adding this word count statistics before the actual body content. So in this lesson, we just want to write a bit of PHP that's going to output the headline and then the 3 statistics, right? The word count, character count, and the approximate read time. So let me jump back over to a tab where I have not completed this yet, and we're going to work on this together. So let's jump into our text editor. And what we want to do is filter the content for a post. Now we've actually already seen this filter hook a few lessons ago. So in our constructor function, let's just add a new line and say add underscore filter, semicolon, we're going to give it 2 arguments. So the first is the underscore content, comma, and then let's just point towards a method that we're going to create in about 10 seconds. So we can use the array callable syntax. So array, the first argument is $this. The second argument is just a name that we get to make up. So you could choose any name you want, but I'm actually going to name it if wrap. Okay, then I would just create a function with that name. So function if wrap parentheses curly brackets. Now I'm doing this because we only really need to change or filter the content if A, you're on a single blog post screen, and B, if the user has any of the 3 checkboxes checked. So for example, if I go into settings, word count, if someone unchecks all 3 of these checkboxes, then we don't need to filter or manipulate the content. Now, you could have wrapped this overall add filter line in an if statement. That would make a lot of sense. However, it's just my personal preference that I like my constructor function to be very clean and minimal. I like to be able to look at the constructor function at a quick glance and immediately see the actions and filters that I'm using. So this is just how I'm going to do it. But in our if wrap function, inside the body, let's set up an if statement. So if parentheses, curly brackets, for the condition in these parentheses, let's say only if this is the main query, parentheses to call that, and if this is a single blog post page, so parentheses to call that. Okay, so we've already used and in our condition. Now I also want to use or in our condition. So here's what I'm going to do. Wrap both of these in a set of parentheses. So right before the word is, another opening parentheses, and then in between these 2 closing, have another closing. Okay, and then I'm going to add a space right here. And then I'm going to say and then another set of parentheses. And now in here, I'm going to use or, and I'm going to include all 3 of our checkbox options. So if this one is checked, or if this one is checked, or if this one is checked. So if even just one of them is checked, then we are going to want to manipulate the content. So in this set of parentheses, I would just say get underscore option. The first one, we named it WCP underscore word count. Now after that string of text, but still inside there, I would say comma, the default value of 1. This default value is important because if the user just installs your plugin and then they haven't actually checked and unchecked and rechecked boxes and saved all their settings, well, this option won't actually exist in the database yet, right? If the user is just using the default option, we won't find anything in the database, so then WordPress will use this value that we're providing here as a fallback. Okay, so just after that one set of parentheses, now we can say, or if get option, this one would be quotes, WCP underscore character count, after the quotes, comma, default value. After just the one closing parentheses, one more, or get option. Quotes WCP read time. Again, the second option, the default value. I realized that line of code was very difficult to follow along with, so you can pause the video right now. I've broken it down to fit on multiple lines, or also know that you can always download my finished code for each lesson. There's a downloadable zip file that you can find.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Find after each video. Anyways, big picture, we just want to make sure that both of these are true and any single one of these is true. If that's the case, right, then in the curly brackets for our if statement, let's return. And what do we want to return? Well, we want a chance to manipulate or change the content for a blog post. So in this function that we're creating, let's make sure we have a parameter. You could name it anything, like maybe input. I'll name it content. So $content. And then since this function already has a bit of complexity to it, I'm just going to pass the task off to a new function that will only have the one single responsibility of manipulating the string of text. So I'm just going to say $this, right, our class or this instance of the object. Let's look inside it with dash greater than, and then we can make up a method name that we'll create in about 10 seconds from now. You can name this method whatever you want. I'll call it create HTML. Parentheses to actually call it, semicolon, and then in these parentheses, let's just pass along the default version of the content before we get to manipulate it. So $content. Okay, now that was if our condition is met. If our condition is not met, well, then just right below the if statement right here, we can simply return $content without modifying it in any way. Cool. At this point, let's just go create a method now with this name, create HTML. So right about here, I would just say function create HTML, parentheses, curly brackets. Let's make sure to have a parameter. Again, you could call it anything. I'll call it $content. Okay, and before we move forward, if you want to make sure that your code is working so far, in this function, you can just return $content and then concatenate on maybe just a space and the word hey or hello, semicolon, and let's hit save and test it out. So if we refresh on a single blog post detail screen, down at the very bottom of your content, you should see hello. And to truly test that our logic is working, you can just go into your plugin settings screen and uncheck all three of these. Save changes, reload again. Notice the hello goes away. Cool. So let's put those settings back. Okay, and let's move forward and actually begin coding the real content. So back in our code, actually, I do want to take a quick timeout and explain the difference between this syntax, where we're calling a method in our class, versus this syntax, where we're providing a reference to one of our methods. So down here, we didn't need to use the array callable syntax. We could just directly begin looking inside the class or this instance of the object, and then simply call the method. This is because we wanted to call and execute this method right here, right now. Up here, we are not the ones calling the method, so we don't want to call it right here, right now. We're just passing a reference to the method into WordPress, and then WordPress is responsible for actually executing and calling the methods at just the right moment. Okay, so hopefully that clears up the difference between this syntax and this syntax. Also, just a quick note, while I'm looking at this code, I'm realizing that we actually didn't need the inner set of parentheses to group these two conditions. I think I was sort of caught up in the moment of thinking of the actual logic and not so much thinking about the code syntax itself. So you could get rid of this inner parentheses right before is main query, and then you can get rid of this closing parentheses right here, right? There's really no need to group these two. So we're just saying if this is true, and if this is true, and if any one of these three is true. Cool. Now at this point, let's actually get to the fun part of the lesson, building out our create HTML method. Why don't we begin by outputting a heading level 3 that says post statistics, or whatever the user has typed into their custom title field. So we don't actually want to return the content plus hello. We can give ourselves a clean slate in this method. And why don't we create a variable that we can keep adding on to as we go? So we can name it anything we want, but I'm going to name it $HTML, and let's set it to equal a string of text. Let's just add a semicolon right now so we don't forget. In the string of text, let's have a heading level 3. After the heading level 3, let's have an opening p tag, and then a bit later we can actually fill in that paragraph and close it out, but for now we just want to open it. Okay, now inside the h3 tags, this is where we want to say post statistics or whatever the user entered. So let's do this. Let's close out this first part of the string and then concatenate on something else. For now, you can just hit X as a placeholder, and then you'd want to concatenate on and then just open up another string. Okay, now we didn't actually want the X as a placeholder. Instead, what we would want here is get option, and back in the admin panel, remember this field where the user can type in their own custom headline text? We named that option or that field WCP_headline. If the user hasn't entered a custom value yet, or if they just installed the plugin and we need a default or fallback value, let's say quotes, post statistics. Okay, we're almost ready to test this out. On a new line, but still in this function, now let's just add this onto the standard blog post content. Now we do want to pay attention to whether we should add it to the beginning of the content or to the end of the content. So here's how I would handle that. I would just open up an if statement for the condition if get option, we named it WCP_location, comma, and we'd actually want that to have a default value of 0. Remember, we said by default it should be at the beginning of the post, and we set the value of 1 to mean at the end of the post. In between these two closing parentheses, I'm going to say if that equals 0, obviously this would equal 0, but we want to make sure if it's coming from the database, if the user has actually saved that option or changed it from the default value. If that is 0, then we would just want to add on our content to the beginning of the blog post content. So if that was the case, I would just return our HTML plus or concatenate on $content. If this is not the case, then we would want to add our HTML at the end of the content. So right below this if statement, we can just say return $content concatenate on $HTML. So just the reverse. Okay, let's give this a save and test it out. So back on the front end, if we reload, cool, up at the very top of the post, we see post info. And if I change this to end of post and save the changes and then reload, cool, now it's down at the very bottom of the post. At this point, we're ready to actually start outputting the word count, character count, and read time. So right after this line where we have $HTML equals our headline, right below that, let's just begin adding the content that would live inside this paragraph. So I'll write a comment to ourselves and let's say, let's calculate or get the word count once and save it in a variable, because we're going to need the word count for both outputting the word count and for calculating the read time. So we don't want to have to calculate or count the word count more than once. Okay, now we can make up any variable name we want, but I'll call it word count equals, and then in PHP there's a function called str word count, semicolon here, and then you could just include $content inside here. However, to be more accurate, let's first use strip tags so that we don't count individual HTML element tags, we just count actual content. So strip tags, call that, and give that the WordPress content. Now you could leave this line on its own. However, if your blog post had thousands and thousands of words, maybe you would only want to bother counting how many words there are if the word count or read time checkboxes were checked, right? Because if only the character count checkbox was checked, this would just be a wasted calculation. So what you could do is just cut this line into your clipboard and say if, parentheses, curly brackets, and the condition would just be if get option WCP word count, the default value of 1 for yes, or if get option WCP read time, default value of 1. If either of those are true, then we do actually want to calculate the word count. Cool. So now let's just actually add a little. A little bit of text into this paragraph. So right below this, we can just say if, parentheses, curly brackets, if word count is set to yes. So you could actually just reuse this, copy and paste this to save a bit of typing. If this condition is true, then we would just want to add on to our HTML variable. So you could just say $HTML. dot equal sign to add on to the end of it. And we could just say, this post has, have a space, concatenate on, word count, and then concatenate on another string, have a space after the word count number and say words, end the sentence, and then let's have a BR tag, semicolon. Okay, now let's just do the same thing for character count. You could actually just use these 3 lines as a template and copy and paste that. So this would just be WCP character count. And then we would change this. This post has, this would be characters. And instead of $word count, we would say strlen. This is a PHP function that will give us the length of a string. So call it. Now you could give it content, but I'm going to use strip tags and then give that $content. Why don't we give this a save and test it out? So if I refresh, cool. This post has this many words, this many characters. Finally,
What did I do wrong? Is this the issue right here? Unexpected. Unexpected. What are you expecting? If get option. Unexpected. Word count, read time, read time should get another one. Come on, dude. Oh man, really, bro? Come on, dude. If get option. Word count. What are you telling me? Unexpected or? Oh, this one is correct actually. My bad. function name must be a string. Oh shit. Problem on line 42.
And paste that. So this would just be WCP character count. And then we would change this. This post has, this would be characters. And instead of $word count, we would say strlen. This is a PHP function that will give us the length of a string. So call it. Now you could give it content, but I'm going to use strip tags and then give that $content. Why don't
See, there you go again. It's always that one freaking character, dude. Come on, dude. Thank you. Has words and characters. And yeah, a space there.
Why don't we give this a save and test it out? So if I refresh, cool. This post has this many words, this many characters. Finally, let's add the approximate read time. Now, there are a million different ways that you could calculate this, but I performed a little bit of Google research and it said that the average adult reads approximately 225 words per minute. So with that in mind, here's how I would set that up. Right below this character count option, I would just say, well, I would actually just use these 3 lines as a template again, so copy and paste, duplicate them. If get option WCP of a string, so call it. Now you could give it content, but I'm going to use strip tags and then give that $content. Why don't we give this a save and test it out? So if I refresh, cool. This post has this many words, this many characters. Finally, let's add the approximate read time. Now, there are a million different ways that you could calculate this, but I performed a little bit of Google research and it said that the average adult reads approximately 225 words per minute. So with that in mind, here's how I would set that up. Right below this character count option, I would just say, well, I would actually just use these 3 lines as a template again, so copy and paste, duplicate them. If get option WCP read time, okay, this intro text would be, instead of this post has, I would say, this post will take about, and then we can change this in just a minute, but imagine this was 5, the number 5, and then it would say minutes to read. So we just change this, minutes, and you could put the S in parentheses like it's optional, minutes to read. For a bit of extra credit, if you didn't want the parentheses and you wanted to say minute if this was 1, and then minutes if it was any other number, for a bit of extra credit, just look up PHP ternary operator. But for now, this will do the trick. Anyways, instead of $word count, what we would really want right here is word count divided by 225. And then we don't want an awkward decimal, so I would just round this up or down to the nearest whole number. So you can just use the PHP round function. So opening parenthesis there, closing parentheses here. Let's save this.
Let's assume that people are a little bit slower.
And give it a try. So if we refresh, cool, this post will take about 2 minutes to read. And let me go find a shorter post so we can see if it'll just say just 1 minute. Another example post. Yep, this.
Let's look at shorter post, like he says. We'll look at this one. Okay, 0 minutes. 0 minutes.
This is a much shorter post with only 2 small paragraphs, and you see it'll take about 1 minute to read. Cool, just for one final detail, let's not forget to close out the ending tag for this P or paragraph element. So just right down here, before this if logic where we're actually returning something, just right here, I would say $HTML. Just give it a string of a closing paragraph tag, semicolon, give it a save, and we're in business. So let's test this out. If you put the
So all you did was add a paragraph real quick there, my guy. Oh, come on already. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah, okay, all you did was close the paragraph. Cool, cool, cool. Seriously? Of course. Seriously. That's wonderful. What is the issue now? Why will it not work for me? What is the difference? What is the difference?
and we're in business. So let's test this out. If you put this back to the beginning of the post, so beginning of post, not met, well, then just right below the if statement right here, so we can name it anything we want, but I'm going to name it $HTML, and let's set it to equal a string of text. Let's just add a semicolon right now so we don't forget. In the string of text, let's have a heading level 3. After the heading level 3, let's have an opening P tag. And then a bit later, we can actually fill in that paragraph and close it out. But for now, we just want to open it. Okay, now inside the H3 tags, this is where we want to say post statistics or whatever the user entered. So let's do this. Let's close out this first part of the string and then concatenate on something else. For now, you can just hit X as a placeholder. And then you'd want to concatenate on and then just open up another string. Okay, now we didn't actually want the X as a placeholder. Instead, what we would want here is get option, and back in the admin panel, remember this field where the user can type in their own custom headline text? We named that option or that field WCP_headline. If the user hasn't entered a custom value yet, or if they just installed the plugin and we need a default or fallback value, let's say quotes, post statistics. Okay, we're almost ready to test this out. On a new line, but still in this function, now let's, it's optional, minute, and paste that. So this would just be WCP of a string divided by 225. And then we don't want an awkward decimal, so I would just round this up or down to the nearest whole number. So you can just use the PHP round function. So opening parenthesis there, closing parentheses here. Let's save this and give it a try. So if we refresh, cool, this post will take about 2 minutes to read. And let me go find a shorter post so we can see if it'll just say just 1 minute. Another example post. Yep, this is a much shorter post with only 2 small paragraphs, and you see it'll take about 1 minute to read. Cool, just for one final detail, let's not forget to close out the ending tag for this P or paragraph element. So just right down here, before this if logic where we're actually returning something, just right here, I would say $HTML. Just give it a string of a closing paragraph tag, semicolon, give it a save, and we're in business. So let's test this out if you put this back to the beginning of the post. So beginning of post, save, reload, perfect. I think this looks pretty good. One last security detail that I forgot because I was just trusting our admin users. But even if our admin users are super trustworthy, if our database somehow had malicious data injected into it, we never want our front end to output dynamic content without escaping it. So on this heading level 3 line, just wrap this get option, wrap that inside the escape HTML. Function just like this. And that's going to bring this lesson to a close. In our next video, before we start working on a new plugin, we're actually going to take a break to learn about translations or localization. In other words, how to make your plugin easy to translate into any language in the world. Imagine you make a plugin and it becomes very popular, and people from around the world would volunteer to translate it into their language. So we want to make sure that our WordPress code makes that easy to do. It should be a lot of fun to set up. Let's keep things rolling, and I will see you in the next lesson.
Wow, 2 more hours. 2 more hours of this lesson. I cannot finish it today. What a shame. 3 more hours total. Then I'm completely done with this. And I should start developing my first websites.
Hello everyone. In this lesson we're going to learn how to make a plugin or theme easy to translate into another language. There are two main steps involved here. Number one is sort of hollowing out the code of our plugin so that it's flexible. And step number two is just using software that can automatically create sort of a template file so that it's simple for just about anyone to contribute a translated version of our plugin. Let's go ahead and get started with step number one, which is us sort of hollowing out our code. Now, we're not going to hollow out the entirety of our plugin because that would be super repetitive. Instead, I'm just going to pick two little pieces of text that will make flexible or translatable. It's something that when you do once, you'll know how to do it anywhere and everywhere that you need to. So for example, one string of text in our plugin that I'm going to make translatable in the admin dashboard. If you look in the settings menu, remember we have this link called word count that points towards our setting page. Well, let's make this actual text right here translatable. So for example, if someone was using our plugin and their installation of WordPress is using the Spanish language, well, assuming our plugin has been translated into Spanish, it should output Spanish right here. Okay, and then on the front end, just for another quick example, in our post info or word count statistics, let's just translate this first sentence that says, this post has X number of words. So just hollowing out those two pieces of text will show you everything you need to know to make your entire plugin or theme translatable. Okay.
Was an actual skinwalker caught on camera in Amarillo, Texas. Quote, Amarillo Texas. City officials in Amarillo, Texas are asking for help identifying a strange figure seen on a surveillance camera at the Amarillo Zoo. KFDA reports security cameras captured the image around 1:25 a.m. on May 21st inside a perimeter fence at the Amarillo Zoo. City officials said there was no signs of vandalism or attempted entry into the zoo, and no animals or people were harmed. Now, the city is encouraging the public to submit ideas for what this figure could be. We just want to let the Amarillo community have some fun with this, said City of Amarillo Director of Parks and Recreation. Are we looking at an actual picture of a skinwalker? Skinwalkers are said to have heads like a wolf and are able to transform from a wolf to a person at will. If you look closely at this, it looks like there's a wolf head, it looks like hands, and it looks like feet. It looks like it's in the middle of a walk. Now what I want to know is, where is the rest of the footage? If this figure was seen on surveillance camera, well then they should have more frames of this thing walking and moving. Where is it? So what do you think about this picture? Are we looking at a genuine picture of a skinwalker caught on camera? Or is it some sort of raccoon or something standing up on its hind legs? It doesn't seem likely because the size of the fence looks to be about 8 feet tall, and that would put this creature around 5 to 6 feet in height. I'd love to hear what you guys think. Please put it in the comments section. And until next time, thank you all for watching, and God bless you all.
Sega.
What is left?
Maybe I should give this a try.
Die for the motherland!
Here they come!
Stand here!
The Germans are not yet aware of the encirclement. We will catch them off guard when they try to evacuate.
Crew it! Better to die to enemy fire than to be executed! A squad of infantry has been killed. Death before retreat. I almost feel sorry for them.
You want a sniper? Acknowledged. Move orders acknowledged.
Sir, we have movement by the railway.
Stop penal squads. Use those cowards well. We have lost our mortar team. They've opened up on us! I have the men ready. C-34, under enemy fire! We are losing supplies to the enemy. Taking fire! Taking small arms fire!
What do you want, comrade?
It is time to march, comrades.
Conscripts here! Get it! On our way.
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
We are ready for anything.
Take cover!
We have come too far to be pushed back. Heavy tank support is on its way.
On us! C-34 reporting! Frontoviki conscripts ready for deployment.
Army, at your service.
Moving out.
Rifleman ready. Move out.
M5, ready. Dismounting. What is it? Be good, sir. Field gun standing by. On the move. Do you need something? We are relocating this gun. You need something built? Get in the vehicle. Dismount. Engineer, let's get going, comrades.
Da, товарищ. We will get there.
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight. T-34 moving. You have orders? Let's set this mortar up over there. We have Frontoviki squads at our disposal.
Да, товарищ. Your orders. Get that anti-tank launcher. Departing. Climb in, comrades.
Securing the objective. Engineers have capture orders. Half track here. Half track relocating. This is our sector. Excellent work, comrades. The road is now under our control. Starting construction. Ready for move to that position. We have strict orders from Marshal Konev to avoid strongholds and continue our advance towards Berlin. Divide your forces into 2 separate flanks and encircle the town. Remember, we must control both exits to the town if we are to stop the cowards from escaping. Engineer standing by. It's done. It's only a matter of time before the Germans discover our plan. Use all resources at your disposal and secure those exits at once. Time to work, comrades. Yes, comrade. Moving. We don't have much room to maneuver in these woods. Keep an eye out for panzer shakes. Keep orders confirmed. Infantry engaging us. You need something built.
What do you need? In motion.
Yes, comrade. Mortar displacing. Engineer standing by. Yes, comrade. The Red Army needs another munitions depot.
Ready. Pierce the darkness with a flare.
Why do you resist the wisdom of...
Ready? Relocating SU-85.
Germans in the tree line!
Have a range. 5 on the move.
Soldier ready.
Move! Now! Petrol bomb!
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
There is more where that came from!
Grenade!
You fucking bastards!
How can we help?
Use it!
A squad of infantry has been killed. Death before retreat.
You need some... Load the half-track.
Yes, Frontoviki conscripts ready for deployment.
Awaiting command. Crew, get the field gun moving. Taking
Enemy armor attacking.
In motion.
Watch that tank burn!
Displacing.
Heavy tanks stand key on has
HMG, straight. Orders received. Heavy contact! What is it? Watch out!
Rifleman ready. Check your gear. We are moving. We are moving.
Infiltrating.
Standing by. I am on the way. Conscripts here. Manning heavy machine gun. Waiting for... Here we go. Moving out.
No time to sightsee. SU-85 on the way.
The fascists are well entrenched within the town. Stay clear of it. Awaiting orders. Let us go, driver. Off-track has no vendors.
You need something built? Engineers, we need repairs.
Your orders, comrade.
Taking machine gun fire!
where you want to.
KV-1 standing by.
AT gun here.
Fire.
Through, we're moving.
Brontavicki squads have arrived to fight. We have Brontavicki squads at our disposal. The enemy has killed another infantry squad. Brontavicki squads have arrived to fight.
We have infantry! Take it!
Brave infantry have made the ultimate sacrifice. Brontavicki conscripts ready for deployment.
One less to worry about! They are ready! Get moving! They are sending reinforcements from the town!
SU-85 moving.
One of our AT guns has been neutralized. The enemy has silenced one of our anti-tank guns.
Waiting orders! Come on! Enemy infantry!
More of our troops have been lost. We have Brontavicki squads at our disposal. We have lost a machine gun crew. Hero troops are standing by.
Come on!
One of our AT guns has been neutralized. We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. Strafbat needs orders.
Relocating SU-85. SU-85 on the way. Heavy machine gun firing attack. SU-85 motor is damaged. SU-85.
Penal squads are now available to dive for motherland. The enemy has destroyed.
Awesome, really awesome that I keep fucking up.
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
Rifleman ready. What are you looking at? Pick it up! We are moving. Move out.
Ready. Let's go, comrades. Frontoviki conscripts ready for deployment. Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
Red Army, at your service. Red Army, here we go.
We have Frontoviki squads at our disposal. Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
Conscripts here.
When this war is over, I want to move with our destiny.
Da, tovarish. Moving.
Frontoviki conscripts ready for deployment. Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
You have orders? Through, get the field gun moving. Figured, AT gun here. We are relocating this gun. Field gun standing by. You need something built? Securing the objective.
We have Frontoviki squads at our disposal.
You need something demolished? This is our engineer standing by. Excellent work, comrades! The road is now under our control. We have strict orders from Marshal Konev to avoid strongholds and continue our advance towards Berlin. Divide your forces into 2 separate flanks and encircle the town. Remember, we must control both exits to the town if we are to stop the cowards from escaping. Starting construction.
Enemy troops engaging us.
Germans in the tree line! It's only a matter of time before the Germans discover our plan. Use all resources at your disposal and secure those exits at once. Ready to train more Soviet soldiers. Engineer standing by.
We don't have much room to maneuver in these woods. Keep an eye out for panzer shakes.
85 under attack.
Man down!
We'll build it.
ready. Departing.
HMG firing on us.
You have orders? Your command? Moving out! Move! Now! Return fire! Comrades, we cannot stay here! Move like your life depended on it! It does! Orders? We have to go! Now! Forward, comrades!
Before retreat. KV-1, sniper has arrived.
Relocating! AT gun has a range!
KV-1, destination.
Ready! Get moving! You're bleeding, comrade!
Sniper now available for duty.
Get off the ground and fire right
Asshole! Move!
Shoot at the other guys, not at me!
Move! Move! Force destroyed! You want this?
Taking anti-personnel fire!
Going where I am needed. You have a need.
I am on the way. KV-1 here. KV-1 on the move.
Moving.
Engineer standing by.
Engineers, we need repairs.
Field gun standing by.
We have made contact with the enemy.
Crew, get the field gun moving. Ready.
Fight to the last man.
Who do you want dead?
Here's the darkness.
We are taking infantry fire. What do you want, comrade? We move. Remember him.
The enemy has killed another infantry squad. Show us the target.
have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. Enemy infantry killed.
Mortar crew ready. Get ready now. We serve. Moving to location.
Penal troops are standing by.
Engaging us. How can I help? How can we help?
Heavy cavalry standing by. Heavy armor is on the way.
Man down!
Penal squad ready for you. It will be run under attack.
Waiting for you.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland.
Enemy dead. Standing by. In motion.
You need something built? We need that repaired. Quickly.
We have found the enemy! Conscripts here. Conscripts, join up with that squad.
Strafbach needs orders.
Machine gun destroyed. You need screening troops. You must capture it.
You need something demolished? Engineers, bring your tools. We have work to do.
Set up that.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
They are sending reinforcements from the town.
Taking fire. More of our troops have been lost. The enemy has silenced one of our anti-tank guns. Taking fire. Our armor should down. No contest. Infantry down.
About time we were promoted. Us. Got you. Rifleman Red, we will get there.
Yes, comrade.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Brave infantry have made the ultimate sacrifice.
Yes? Relocating. Lighting the edge with a flare.
Yes, comrade? Relocating Su-85.
Lay some smoke cover and take out that fucking kill!
Mortar ready for orders. From each according to his abilities. Engineer standing by.
Battlefield repairs are necessary.
What do you need? Get that field gun ready to fire. Moving. Move orders acknowledged.
You need heavy armor support.
You need a suicide squad? For now, we must continue on.
Penal troops are standing by.
Have a use for this scum. Take
Enemy HMG is down!
comrades. Displacing.
cowards well. Something built? Starting construction.
Assault Su-85 moving!
KV-1 ready. KV-1 has move orders.
I have the men ready. You must go. Yes? You have your destination. My rifles ready. Relocating.
We built
Need something demolished?
Time to work, comrades.
Riflemen ready. Forward. March. Da. I am.
Penal squad is under fire. Ready. Move orders received.
All around. We are not real soldiers.
Strafbat needs orders.
Grenade! They're taking lethal fire.
AT gun here.
Grenade!
The enemy has killed another infantry squad.
Sniper standing by. You have a use for these scum?
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Penal troops are standing by.
You have a target? Going when I'm needed.
KV-1 stand.
18 to eliminate.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
Yes?
Enemy armor destroyed!
Let's see what we have here.
He is redeemed in blood, comrades! Take another squad.
It's time to march, comrades. Enemy is engaging us!
KV-1 confirms destination.
I am under armor attack. Engaged by armor. Enemy
on the way. Your orders, comrade. Check your...
They will run out eventually.
You must go now. There, get it working.
Look out, grenade!
Ambush!
Troops have been lost. Strafplat needs orders.
There are no cowards here. Moving out. Sneaky, it's time to go. I have them ready for action. Strafniki, go!
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland.
Yes? Strafniki, move out. You have a use for these scum? Head out. Keep moving. He is firing on us. Better to die to enemy fire than to be executed. Your orders, comrade. Forward! On the march. Ready for your orders. Moving.
AT gun ready.
They are not real soldiers. Taking empty fire. Orders. Show them hell, comrades! I can't Position acknowledged. You need a suicide squad? On the move, penal squad. HMG, silence.
Sniper fire!
You're not dying! You're not trying! I have the men ready. Strapniki taking casualties!
Porter, ready for orders. Get ready to move.
Another Strapniki is dead! Forward!
Sniper has arrived.
Stay down!
Brave infantry have made the ultimate sacrifice.
Assault gun ready.
Penal squad.
Contact with enemy
Get
infantry.
inside there, penal squad.
The enemy has killed another infantry squad.
Enemy squad is down. Awaiting command.
Mortar half threat! Take it out!
A squad of infantry has been killed. Death before retreat. Penal troops are standing by. Brave infantry have made the ultimate sacrifice.
The fascists are well entrenched within the town. Stay clear of it.
You must go now.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. One of our AT guns has been neutralized.
Strafbat needs orders.
We are relocating this gun.
You need a suicide? Head out. Keep moving. Yes, they are shooting at the comrade on the
Sturmovik rearmed and standing by. Sturmovik strike in progress. More of our troops have been lost. Reporting infantry. A squad of infantry has been killed. Death before retreat. Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Penal troops are standing by.
Silenced!
You need something built?
Engineers, plot some anti-tank mines on the approach.
Mortar crew ready.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. Strafbat needs orders. Yes, SU-85 on the way. Ready for order. SU-85 engaging us. SU-85 moving. Sturmovik close air support is available.
We have secured one of the exits, Comrade Colonel. Good. Keep an eye out for any Germans trying to flee the town and secure the other exit.
Band.
We are on the way.
Penal troops are standing by. Get out of here! SU-85 under attack!
Enemy infantry down!
Go, go, go!
Engineer standing by. Repair that! Quickly!
Relocating SU-85. SU-85 on the way. We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
I think these are all civilians. When in doubt, shoot!
The enemy has killed another infantry squad. Strafbat needs orders. Glad you're not infantry, comrade.
Machine gun ready.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland.
Strafniki have killed an enemy squad.
Assault gun in the front, shooting at the SU-85. On the move. SU-85 moving. Get out of here.
Conscripts under attack!
IL-2 bomb strike may now be called in. Sturmovik needs a target.
Good work, comrades.
Ready! It will be done.
Strafniki have secured a sector.
Well done, comrade! The German rats have nowhere to run now.
Moving.
Things are not safe.
Da, halt.
You need something demolished? We have reports that the German Ninth Army is trying to retreat to the west. We must not let them escape. Hold the road and railway and prevent any Germans from getting through.
Fire! No time to sightsee.
Stravniki, we will use this. Here they come!
The Germans are not yet aware of the encirclement. We will catch them off guard when they try to evacuate.
We killed an enemy squad.
Get that field gun ready to fire.
Enemy armor firing.
What do you need? Head out. Keep moving. Engineers, stand
Sir, we have movement by the railroad.
Brave infantry have made the ultimate sacrifice. The enemy has silenced one of our anti-tank guns.
I can't tell if they are soldiers. Should we let them go? I told you to shoot, damn it! Shoot them before they shoot us!
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. We have lost a machine gun crew. Penal troops are standing by. Standing by. Darkly. Infantry killed.
We cannot afford to have the Germans flee to the west. Do not let them escape.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Strafbach needs orders. More of our troops have been lost.
I have Stravniki, get on that weapon. Yes?
Infantry engaging us. We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. We have lost the mortar team. Get up! We're taking fire! We have lost the mortar crew.
Explosive!
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Penal troops are standing by.
Stravniki are meant to die. We have defeated an enemy squad. Penal squad ready to move. Don't make me say it twice.
Stand ready, comrades! The fascists are not done yet!
We now are suffering vehicle losses. We're taking small arms fire. We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well. Su-85 to deploy. Strasbach needs orders.
It seems the Germans have given up for now. Shall we proceed into the town, Comrade Commissar? There is no need for that. Our rear forces will deal with them.
They died in their thousands just to have a chance to surrender to the Americans. But all that mattered to the generals was the race to Berlin. Egos killed men that needn't have died.
I suppose egos were at play, comrade. But it was vital that we reached Berlin before the British and Americans. The future of the Soviet Union depended on the Germans surrendering to us, not our allies.
Penal squads are now...
Berlin, the last stronghold of those fascists who still had the will to fight. It had been 4 brutal years, a long and bloody road, but this was their homeland and we knew they would fight to the end. Final victory would not come easily.
Roadblocks. The IS-2's main cannon could make short work of them.
We are moving. Waiting for your command. Forward, comrades. Contact with the enemy. They're taking horses. Take cover. Double time. Go, go, go! Let's Yes, comrade.
Is the document plan?
Enemy squad is down.
Mortar, ready for order.
Enemy squad is down.
Capture that sector for Stalin!
Our sentry's collapsing! Hold them! They come again!
Yes. Going to location.
Mortar here! Mortar team on the move!
IS-2 here.
Ready! Mortar moving!
I am waiting. Orders acknowledged.
Cannot hide in the shadows.
Enemy has found us! The Soviet!
Enemy squad is down!
Moving back to base! Oh shit, the bridge is wired! Run! Awaiting order. Look! The bridge is still intact!
Intact and clear of Germans. Let us move up and secure the opposite side before they try to take it back.
IS-2 here. IS-2 confirmed.
Before we can take the Reichstag, we must clear the fanatics out of the Ministry of the Interior building here. We believe the Germans are storing munitions within, which I am sure we can find a good use for. Once secured, we must move on to the Opera House, where the enemy is entrenched in great numbers. With that in our hands, we'll push across the plaza through heavy fortifications and assault their last line of defense in front of the Reichstag itself. Comrades, do not be discouraged by our casualties. The time of victory is nearly at hand. Capture the Reichstag, and we will crush what is left of the German morale. We will see the Soviet flag fly from its roof. The Germans will likely be heavily dug in on the streets. We should try to flank through the city blocks when possible. Our artillery is still out of range, and flank towers in the area are preventing close air support. Boots on the ground and armor in the streets, comrades! We will take Berlin ourselves!
Mortar displacing.
Rifleman ready. Submachine guns are coming, comrades! It's like New Year's Day! Yes. What do you need? Okay, that's the last one! There are no cowards here! Our PPSHs are here! Now even Yuri can hit something. Who do you want dead? In motion.
Heavy tank here. IS-2 has the destination.
What do you need? Let's set this mortar up over there. Conscripts here. Moving out. So nice, so very good. Mortar crew ready. We have orders. I just need morphine. Enough to finish me.
Is under fire. Infantry down.
On our way. Sniper ready. Mortar ready for order. Crew, we're moving.
IS-2, Private, we need to go.
You have a target? I will snatch it from them.
We bring glory to the Red Army.
Smoke rounds! Prepare for a counterattack!
Waiting orders.
Eager for action. Spicy. Acknowledged. Grenade! Position acknowledged. Leading.
One less enemy.
orders, comrade. Moving to location.
Drive upon your banner. Infiltrating.
I will take it. It will soon be ours. Mortar ready for order. Moving. It can be delicate. Ready. Yes. In motion. You need something demolished? I have been spotted. Bastard! We locked up that squad! Engineers! Build it! Leaving! Stop this torture! I am out of here. On our way. Mortar crew ready. Structure complete. Engineer standing by. Do something right for a change, no rectangies! Destination confirmed.
The new half-track has arrived.
stating the fucking obvious.
Sniper here. Using flare to reveal enemy positions.
IS-2.
Mortar ready for order. As you command. Enemy infantry down!
Taking out that howitzer. We've received reports from Allied divisions of shelling on their lines. There may be more. Sweep the riverbank and find any others. Take them out.
Mortar ready for order.
Those Germans were low on shells. There's not enough left to make this gun useful.
Mortar displaced. Mortar ready for order. Right away.
It's the shrapnel more than a blast. Medic! Vicky squads have arrived to fight.
Not one step back, comrades.
Standing by. Launching flare.
Vicky conscripts ready for deployment.
Yes, comrade. Waiting.
Infantry engaging us. We have taken out an enemy squad.
In motion. Is no longer a threat. Contact with enemy infantry.
Under heavy attack!
I have taken out a squad. Position acknowledged.
Okay, that was closer than
Mortar crew, ready. Get under fire! Throw the blood! Awaiting orders.
My flank is one less enemy squad!
Pieces of this is a good idea.
Killed an enemy squad! Displacing. Mortar ready for order.
Shock troops here. Destination received. Da, moving. Let's go, comrades. Get out of Jesus now.
You have orders? That looks like a good spot for the MG.
We move.
Machine gun is displacing.
We are ready for this. We'll set up inside there.
Enemy infantry killed.
Sniper ready. I am ready.
Mortar crew ready. Mortar moving. Standing by. Off track, relocating. Ready for order. Awaiting command.
Sniper stand. Leaving. I have taken out a squad.
Need a medic. Mortar crew, get ready to move.
They're coming right up the middle.
We fucked up that squad. Don't be bleeding.
Yes.
They're pushing the middle.
brothers. It will lead us to victory.
Moving.
Mortar ready for order. Mortar displacing. Munitions depot ready. Here standing by.
Enemy squad is down. No less than we deserve.
Put up some barbed wire to keep the enemy at bay. You shut up.
Standing by. Relocating.
Yes, comrade. Let's set this mortar up over there.
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight.
Retreat under penalty of death. On the move.
Stop those pioneers! They're going for the Stug!
Yes.
We have Frontoviki squads at our disposal.
In motion.
You need something demolished?
You want a sniper? Using flare to reveal enemy positions. This is better than walking. Conscripts here! Here we go.
One less enemy squad. Engineers standing by. See if that can be repaired.
Sniper, move orders acknowledged. Use the darkness with a flare.
Command has withdrawn Order 227.
Ah, товарищ! Time to march, comrade. Enemy fire!
Do not hold the line!
ground for the Rodina!
I am going.
Conscripts ready for deployment. Another vehicle has been lost in the defense of the Rodina.
Start ducking! Engineer squad on the move.
Order 227 has been lifted.
Your orders, come.
Engineers ready for assignment. Ready for your orders.
You have a need. I am on the way. There are no cowards here!
Mortar team has arrived.
You need something demolished? Another munitions depot.
Yes, comrade.
this street is suicide. We should flank through the city blocks to the east and west.
Destination understood.
IS-2 report security.
Orders received. Sniper here. Lighting the area with a flare. Snipers under attack! If they hit, it will be luck, not skill. Enemy squad attacking! I have taken out a squad.
Orders received.
Move and zone! Surprise!
orders.
Something built? Engineers, plant some anti-tank mines on the approach. Engineers, mine the road! Let's pop some tanks! Engineers, plant some
This
anti-tank
now
mines!
belongs to the people and workers
Starting
of the
construction.
Soviet Union.
We built it as ordered. Engineers, secure the area with barbed wire. Structure complete. Anti-tank mines set to go.
Standing by. M5 moving.
We need something demolished. Move. We did that building yesterday. Eager for action. On the move.
Not punch. Check your gear. We are moving.
It's done. Engineer standing by.
Your predecessor died a hero. IS-2. IS-2 attacking. One less threat. Heavy tech, there's nothing left but a memory. Do not fuck with an IS-2.
Soldiers ready. Departing.
IS-2. IS-2.
Rifleman ready. Get that 80-gun set up at once. AT gun here. They need an MG squad. Capture that second.
Communist industry makes that armor possible.
This is our territory now. Moving. I am on the way. Let's see what we have here.
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight. Not one step back, comrades.
Awaiting command. On the move.
IS-2, we will pulverize it.
We have Frontoviki squads at our disposal.
Ready. You'll carry out your orders. So much blood! Waiting! We are moving. Sniper. Go! Go! Stand! The enemy is fighting back! Right, forward. March. Get moving! Hold the line! Taking fire! Bust up that squad! Enemy destroyed!
NKVD officers have departed.
You have a need. In motion. Conscripts here. We will get there. There are no cowards here. On our way. Rifleman ready. Mortar ready for orders. Who do you want dead? Incoming round! What do you have for us? Petrol bomb! Now!
Frontoviki squads have arrived to fight. Retreat under penalty of death.
What move orders acknowledged? Да, товарищ. Acknowledged. Enemy infantry firing on the...
Frontoviki conscripts ready for deployment.
Ready. Get ready to move. Crew, we're moving. You want to snipe? An army at your on the march. There are no cowards here. Join that squad and fight together. Do not fail us. Conscripts here. Area secure.
Comrade Commander, advance forward and secure the ruined Kroll Opera House.
I am waiting.
They will likely have the front entrance heavily defended. We might find an alternate entrance to the east.
On the move. Mortar ready for orders. Mortar displacing.
Command has withdrawn Order 227.
Target. Moving. Mortar crew ready. Let's set this mortar up over there. Ready. Going when I'm needed. Displacing. Enemy infantry! Enemy infantry! Use grenade! Relocating.
Heavy tank here. IS-2 confirms. Stalin tank has another kill.
Mortar crew, ready. Mortar moving. Yes, comrade. In motion. Lighting the area with flare. Mortar ready for orders.
It's the shrapnel more than the blast!
Not a problem.
Do not fuck with an IS-2.
Going to location. We're under attack!
Yes, comrade. Long distance move confirmed. Get us way over there, driver. Do not fuck with an IS-2. We await your command.
Using flare to reveal enemy positions.
One of our machine guns has been silenced.
Mortar crew, ready. MG-42 has
M5, ready.
awaiting command. Enemy contact! Ready for your order. Enemy HMG
Fast track relocated.
They've opened up on us! MG-42 has our wrench. We're under attack!
Get to the sides! The crew is exposed!
Fall back!
The enemy has silenced one of our anti-tank guns. Stand your ground for the Rodina!
We have work to do. Move orders acknowledged.
We have Fronto-Vicky squads at our disposal.
Use a flare to light the way. Mortar ready for orders. Weapons crew is on the job. You want us? I am on the way. territory. Find some cover! Sniper standing by. One less landing. Mortar crew ready. Of course. Duh. I will snatch it from them.
More of our troops have been lost. You have orders. Go. Order 227 has been lifted. Has arrived. Yes, 2, report secure.
Set up that AT gun.
Taking fire! This way!
Moving to location.
IS-2.
Mortar crew ready. Executing orders. Targets!
On the move.
Schwalk, down!
Need something built? It's the shrapnel! Bomb engineers, we have an area to secure. Right, we'll get there. Enemy tube is attacking us!
Down!
We will secure it.
I am needed.
Enemy squad has us sighted! Will die for every one of us!
Yes, comrade? Let's take it, comrades. We will secure it for the people. This is ours.
They come again! Infantry shooting at us! One less enemy squad!
We just need morphine. Enough to finish me.
Can you see where I am shot?
Comrades, we must reinforce with a munition depot here. Mortar ready for orders. Mortar displacing. Da, tovarish. Get a crew on that
Munitions
HMG.
depot ready.
792 Mauser does to a human head.
We're taking small arms fire! Die for every one of us!
Yes.
Yes, comrade. We killed an enemy squad! See it! Orders received!
IS-2.
displacing.
Push them back! They see us! Aim fire! Put me out of my misery.
That was an excellent shot. Down. They will not keep it from me.
Mortar crew ready.
Comrade? Securing territory. I am needed elsewhere. They see us!
Enemy squad is down!
This is how I die? Like this?
I claim this for the Soviet Union.
Comrades, hear me! The fascist reign ends here! Across this square is the very symbol of their corruption! You will cross the plaza! You will kill every German you find! You will not stop until the flag of the motherland flies from the rooftop! For the motherland! For Russia! Access routes into Berlin are re-established. Artillery guns are now available for deployment. Comrade, orders from Stalin. Do not destroy the Reichstag. Take it intact.
Launch a flag.
Mortar ready for order. Let's set this.
Incendiary artillery barrage to target. Illusion IL-2 bombing run commenced.
IL-2 on station.
They never had a chance!
A squad of infantry has been killed. Death before retreat.
Awaiting orders.
We have lost the mortar crew. Incendiary artillery barrage ready to fire. IL-2 ready and loaded to bring destruction.
Close air support ready.
Under attack. Stalin tank has another kill.
You have orders? That looks like a...
Mortar team reports ready for combat.
Get away.
Sniper now available for duty.
Need something built? HFG crew is ready. Machine gun is displacing. Red Army, at your service.
Build it or we will get there. Moving. Go.
Another one of those howitzers! We found another howitzer!
And standing by.
Ilyushin IL-2 standing by. Motion. Relocated. Now leadership! Sniper moving right away. Going to location.
armored vehicles.
I will take it. God!
We will die as one!
Dino Battalion troops are now available.
He's covering me! Yes, comrade! Get the Molotov over there! Here is a gift!
Brave infantry have made the ultimate sacrifice. There will be nothing left. Stalin tank has another kill.
In motion. Bullet and the pen will stop. This level have to amputate.
IL-2 bomb strike heading for target.
Ilyushin IL-2 attacking. Target destroyed.
Out of action. IL-2 ready and loaded to bring destruction.
Stormwind needs a target.
Guns engaging me.
The enemy has our range!
Strafbach needs orders.
Not one step back, comrades.
Launching incendiary artillery barrage. We have lost our mortar team.
For the fatherland!
I have taken out a squad.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
Contact with enemy infantry.
Penal troops are standing by.
Retreat under penalty of death.
Honored for our fearlessness.
Incendiary artillery is now available.
I am needed elsewhere.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Incendiary artillery barrage to target.
What do you need?
IL-2 bomb strike may now be called in.
Sturmovik needs a target.
Move! Move! Command has withdrawn Order 227. On the move, Penal Squad.
Incendiary artillery is now available. Sturmovik strike. More of our troops have been lost. Strafbat needs orders.
Stand your ground for the Rodina.
I am on the way.
Yes? Driver, we need to go.
I am waiting. Now look into the shadows.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
He's keeping count of my kills.
Driver, move out. losses.
Retreat under penalty of death.
Push the charge.
Needs orders.
Stand your ground for the Rodina.
Barrage ready to fire.
I have the men ready.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland.
They are shooting. This is not a holiday. Don't make me say it twice.
IL-2 bomb strike heading for target.
Line tank attacking.
Penal troops are standing by.
Not one step back, comrades.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
Retreat under penalty of death.
Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland. Strafbach needs orders.
Stand your ground for the Rodina.
We now have access to penal squads. A squad of infantry has been killed. Death before retreat. Penal troops are standing by.
Not one step back, comrades.
Launching incendiary artillery barrage. Penal squads are now available to die for the motherland.
Retreat under penalty of death.
We now have access to penal squads. Use those cowards well.
Oh shit, you're such an idiot. This is why you're streaming on shitty ass websites. 'Cause you're an idiot. This is why you stream on shitty ass websites, dude. 'Cause you're an idiot. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my goodness. Can anything behave right now? Like, for real? No. Shit. Alright. There we go. That's ridiculous. Wait, are you telling me that my stream has been frozen all this time, dude? Is that what you're telling me, dude? Is that literally what you're telling me? Telling me, dude? Is that literally what you're telling me? Telling me, dude? Is that literally what you're telling me? Telling me, dude? Is that literally what you're telling me? I'm such a good streamer. Oh my goodness. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Best streamer ever. 10 out of 10. You can't even hear me when I'm streaming. Oh man, I'm so good at this, dude. You guys have no idea. I'm so good at streaming. Man, you guys don't know. You guys don't know. I'm so good. You can't even hear me, dog. For real though. Good streamer, dude. You guys don't even get it, dude. Like, for real though. Like, the whole intention of me streaming is that you can't hear me, and like I'm being so successful. Oh my goodness, I'm being an idiot. I'm being so successful at the fact that my microphone is barely non-existent. Honestly, have you ever seen a streamer that good? That's your mistake. You should have just stayed out of here, but no, you wanted to come in here. So yeah, you just have to deal with the fact that I'm gonna grab you and I'm gonna mess around with you. All I want, dude. And that's what you gotta deal with, dude. You just came in here being an absolute asshole. The coming economic collapse of the Shemitah year 2022 waters above crypto. You're being a fucking dirty cat. You're being a dirty cat right now. I think you should just move on.
Millions of Americans are moving up to better jobs and better pay. Bruh. Since I took office, families are carrying less debt on average in America. They have more savings than they've had.
Fucking liar.
What's mobbing, man? God bless y'all in Jesus' name. Man, I'm having a great day. You feel me? Finally got to bring these kids out to this ark. I know we've been telling y'all, you know, that's what we've been getting ready to do and gearing up to do and, you know, putting these resources together to do. And first and foremost, man, thank you to all y'all who helped support that, man, because I can't tell you how much it really blessed these kids, man, to come out here. Some of them, you know, never really heard or understood the story, you know what I'm saying? Some of them just being introduced to the gospel and got a lot of questions, you feel me? And stuff like this right here, you know what I'm saying? It really brings the word to life, man. And anybody who ain't never experienced this, man, you really need to come out here to Kentucky. Ken Ham and his whole team, man, did an incredible job. Man, this thing is, you know, it's beyond words, man. And I don't want to spoil it for nobody. So, you know, if you can get to the Ark Encounter, which you can, you know what I'm saying? It might take a minute to save up or whatever, but you can do it in Jesus' name. Get out here, bring your family, man, bring your friends. And, you know, just come be blessed and be a blessing at the same time, man. So I love y'all, man. Thank y'all for helping us with this thing. Anybody who really want to support this ministry, man, we really out here trying to not just tell people about Jesus, man, but really show them, you feel me, what it is to follow him, you know, what it is to really believe it and walk it out, you feel me. If y'all want to help out, you can join our Patreon. Links in the description of the video. Man, we love y'all, man. And just once again, man, can't thank y'all enough. Man, stay blessed and stay mobbing.
Stay mobbing, though. That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that he is always like stay mobbing. Because, you know, I just assume the worst when I hear mob. Bro, can you not fucking eat shit from the ground? You literally got food downstairs and you're gonna eat shit from the ground. You're fucking dirty, dude. And you ain't even cute when you do that, dude. It's just straight up nasty, bro. Straight up nasty. No, get the fuck out of here, man. Straight up poisoning yourself right there, dude. Like, that ain't cool, man.
America Online got that Illuminati pyramid in it, the all-seeing eye.
Because there was all these like Illuminati symbols and all these tech companies that were just quick startup, get rug pulled within 30 hours of them being public.
The rug pull that just happened with Luna.
Yeah, that's a rug pull, dude.
That video you made, it's a ritual. I mean, I had to click it when I heard that. I was like, oh, what? Because I heard everyone tell me
Bye, Luna.
This is like important to talk about because people don't want to talk about the truth of what's going on here in crypto. That's the one coin that I've singled out the most to tell people to like hold back on. When you're a new investor, you're always wanting to invest in things when everyone thinks they're a good investment. The only way people can determine a good investment is when the price is inflated. But as an actual investor, that's the worst way to analyze a project. Like if you study Warren Buffett, what makes Warren Buffett great is he was able to analyze a project that wasn't at its actual true market value, and to be able to see how many X amount of returns was this under its true market value. AKA you're buying it at a discount. But if you're looking at Terra Luna on the charts, this thing went up 100,000%. And when it was up 60 to 70,000%, this is when people started calling it a good investment. Like that doesn't make any sense. So if people get the shiny object syndrome, when the rug pull comes, they're like so startled by it, they're so surprised. But in actuality, like what was the purpose of it even being up that high to begin with? Was there a true backbone working technology? Was the team behind this doing everything strategically and for the long term? Or were they just making decisions and then propping up the project with a bunch of stable coins? Like no one really knows. And that's what's kind of .com bubble like about the crypto market at this time, is it's very, very speculative. We're in an environment that's clear, like economic catastrophe. Like we're seeing inflation and things that we all need to survive. And to be able to get to and from work, you need gas. But then we have this bubble in the stock market and the cryptocurrency market. It needs to come to an end eventually. And that's where my work talking about the Shemitah is really helpful, I believe, because it allows people to kind of zoom out and see the cyclical nature of this market and why the dollar and why commodities and why equities and why all these things do what they do. How long will it take for them to recover, and which are meant to stay and which are meant to go? This environment that we're in right now, it's really special. It seems unique, but it's actually not. It's something that's been going on cyclically every 7 years. Back in 2001, it was the .com bubble. Tons of nonsense ghost companies that barely had a working technology coming out and saying that they had these innovations, hardware, but they didn't. They actually didn't even have any proof of what it was that they were working on. We see this happening in the crypto market, where a lot of these cryptos that have no value, truthfully, no use case, no fundamentals that should have ever brought them to these levels that they were at. This huge liquidity injection that went into the crypto market happened after the C-word crash, because of the Federal Reserve and central banks just printing all this money and unloading it. That's not realistic. You know, you can't just print all this fake funny money and then inject it into the market and expect that to be sustainable. Eventually something's got to give, and we're watching that all come to fruition now.
Terra Luna looks like it went up to the all-time high at 119, which is 9/11.
It hit $119. You and I both know by now that whether it was the Citadel BlackRock thing, like none of that actually matters. Like what my work is to help people with is to detach from the news and detach from the narratives. Because even if you know exactly play by play how it all went down, if you were somebody that had 60% of your portfolio into Terra Luna, what does it matter now that you know the truth? The coin went from $119 down to less than a penny in a couple weeks. So whether you know or don't know the truth, it's irrelevant. It's about what you did about it. So there's people right now where they had overly risky portfolios and they're like suicidal because of this huge drop. Why would it matter what the truth is when you're living in this reality where, you know, you're so emotionally tethered to a market? So like I sit in.
Well, I had an ex-girlfriend who always said, "Love is patient, love is kind."
Absolutely. Give up this negative comment and watch what it's going to do to you. You're going to glaze over it now. And you're going to glaze over it, and the next thing you're going to see is a beautiful comment, somebody who's appreciative and has gratitude for what you're doing for the world.
I really like what you said about the laughing part. I have a fear of heights, so I climb up on a ropes course to the top of this like and you're like, dude, it's all the way up
to some.
This Illuminati on Netflix, his next album released on 2/2/2, right, on Pluto's Return. And I guess a lot of it was produced by Future, who I guess goes by the name Pluto and has an album called Pluto. And he released the song Mask Off. That was released on April 18th. And then on April 18th, later, like 3 years later, is when the White House was like, the mask mandates are off on April 18th.
They're playing through these artists and through these celebrities their plan. Like, think about it, okay, just for a second. Not everyone got the opportunity to listen to Kanye's new album because
And we have a culture where the difference is guns can be used for hunting or for sport shooting in Canada, and there's lots of gun owners, and they're mostly respecting and law-abiding. But you can't use a gun for self-protection in Canada. That's not a right that you have in the Constitution or anywhere else. If you try and buy a gun and say it's for self-protection, no, you don't get that.
But as you can see, Justin Trudeau is surrounded by more security than usual, with heavily armed police officers in green wearing backpacks with rifles standing close by as he addressed the crowd.
You can't use a gun for self-protection.
Is it a sin to use the letter J in reference to Jesus? Or is it supposed to be Jesus or Jesus or something like this, or Yeshua? Did a video showing that Yahweh is a false god, and a lot of people got upset about that, as expected. But people were saying that the letter J is a modern invention and it's just terrible and you shouldn't use that name for Jesus and all this other stuff. Well, if you actually understand what I preach and teach, I preach that if you are speaking in Hebrew, then by all means say Yeshua. If you're speaking Spanish, you can say Jesus, or however you say it, or you speak other languages that the J's are pronounced like a Y, then say Jesus, or that's fine. That's not a problem. But you see, I speak English, and I have an English King James Bible. Greatest book that's ever been written. King of all the books, you see. But hey, again, I believe in consistency. So if you're going to replace the J and say, I refuse to say Jesus, it'll have to be Jesus or Yeshua or some kind of a thing like that. All right, then be consistent with everything if you speak English. You see, right now is the month of June. Oh, no, actually, it's the month of Yun, apparently. Next comes the month of July, and we begin the first of the year with January. See, be consistent. If you can't say Jesus, J there, then it has to be a Y sound, then, go ahead. How about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Don't say that deadly J word now, I want justice. That'd be another good one to say. How about in the Bible, you have the different books of the Bible. Instead of Jeremiah, you say Jeremiah, Judges, Joshua, Jan, James, and Jude. If you can't say the name Jesus, then, change all the books of the Bible there. And be sure to yump next time you're jogging. Or jump next time you're jogging if you're not crazy in the head. What's one of the secular things out there, popular media? Well, Batman versus the Joker, apparently. Not the Joker, because we can't say J. J is a satanic letter or something somehow. You know, interesting, one time I got to see a judge on Yuri duty. So you replace the J's, you know, remember that. How about buying some Yules from Japan? Jewels from Japan, in other words. I had to yak up my vehicle to change the tire. What are you doing? I'm yakking up my vehicle right now. Don't you mean jacking? No, I mean yakking. J is satanic. I can't say the letter J. And I mean, I saw it in the comments. People, the letter J is satanic somehow. The devil put, you know, the name Jesus into the King James Bible. But my favorite one, we wrote down a couple here last night as a family. We were having some fun with this. What happens if you would like to order some yellow Jello? Jello, you know, Jello, like the old television commercials I used to watch when I was a boy before I got saved. What happens if you had to change the letter J to a Y with Jello? Do you realize you'd have yellow? What would you do with that? You almost have to, you know, deny the English language in order to get into crazy town here with saying the letter J is somehow this magical thing or whatever. That you can't say J anymore. The name of Jesus is without power. Yeah, right. Best book that's ever been printed, King James Bible, and it says Jesus. Well, originally the English language wasn't settled in 1611. The English language was going through some refinements. The English language was still somewhat of a new language. You study the history of English, it's been around for a long time, but it was combinations of French and Anglo-Saxon and some Germanic stuff and, you know, whatever. English is a great language. I believe it's one of the greatest languages, probably the greatest language outside of Hebrew, because Hebrew was the original language that was there. Well, we should change it. But see, you just proved our point. You have to go back to Hebrew. Where does the Bible say to do that? Let me show you a verse. Galatians chapter 2, verse 11. But when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face, because he was to be blamed. For before that certain came from James, he did eat with the Gentiles. But when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them which were of the circumcision. And the other Jews dissembled likewise with him, insomuch that Barnabas also was carried away with their dissimulation. Their hypocrisy, in other words. But when I saw that they walked not uprightly according to the truth of the gospel, I said unto Peter before them all, If thou, being a Jew, livest after the manner of Gentiles, and not as do the Jews, why compellest thou the Gentiles to live as do the Jews? That's the statement right there. Why are you compelling Gentiles to live after the manner of the Jews? I'm not a Jew. I'm a Christian. A Jew who gets saved is a Christian. All right? But the Bible never says give up your culture as a Jew. It doesn't. There are things in the New Testament you don't have to abide by the strict dietary laws of the, you know, Mosaic law and everything there. You don't have to do that. So you can live after the manner of a Gentile in so much as what you're eating. But you don't have to give up your language. You don't have to give up your culture. But then you see, you can't flip it around on me and say, hey, Brian, you're a Gentile. You have to live like a Jew. You have to start to say words in Hebrew and whatever else. No, I don't. No, I don't. God chose Greek to write the New Testament. That's a fact. All right? He didn't say, no, it has to be only in Hebrew. Only in Hebrew. The Bible can only be in Hebrew, and the holy name of Jesus can never be said Jesus. It has to be Yeshua and all this other stuff. Absolute nonsense. See, what these people are trying to do, all these Yeshuaites and Yahwehites and everything, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you back under the law. Because that's always where it goes. I've been preaching a long time, okay? A very long time. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a preacher that puts things out on YouTube. Please understand that. I've dealt with in person with people. I've seen the people. I've dealt with them face to face. Okay? For many years. Been around church people all my life. And I've seen what happens when these people get into this Hebrew root stuff and start saying Yahweh and Yeshua and all this other stuff. They don't use all their language. You know, they don't say all of their language has to be Hebrew. Just the name of Jesus and everything, and the names of God and whatever. And then they start to get into the names of the different apostles and trying to say other things and, you know, Jewish holidays, and then pretty soon you have to be Torah observant, and then you have to keep the law, and then you have to, you know, Galatians rebukes the whole system, right? Use a King James Bible and read it and quote it as it stands. If you want to say, well, I can't say the letter J, then be consistent and take it all through the English language. Refuse to say the letter J anymore. Just everything's with a Y now or something. Okay, and then enter Nuttyville. You see, the devil wants to get you away from the simplicity of the gospel. And he wants to get you into all these weird little special little things and whatever where you just become useless. All right? So that's going to be it for this study. And we will see you in future studies. Thank you for watching.
If you've not heard of Bilderberg, where you been? Bilderberg is to Davos what Al-Qaeda is to ISIS. They're the OGs, and it's time for the first Bilderberg meeting since the pandemic. World leaders, CEOs, big tech and big business all getting together. Finally, a chance for a globalist solution. Just what we've been waiting for. Hello, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining us on this voyage towards truth, discovery, personal autonomy and collective freedom. How are we going to get there? Don't know yet. It's quite a tricky subject. If you don't subscribe to this channel yet, why don't you subscribe now? And there's a link in the description to this one-day event we're doing with Wim Hof. GCHQ, the US imposed all them emergency type orders in Canada with